Good afternoon, everyone. At this time, I'd like to call this meeting of the Board of Education to order. I will ask our board members to identify themselves for the record as I call your name. Elena McComas here, Todd Ferrante.
Here.
John Andes.
Here.
Bill Buchanan.
Here.
Nate Passwaters.
Here.
Donald Smack.
Here.
Bill Gordy. Bill Gordy is unable to be here with us today, but we have a quorum. Can I have a motion to approve today's board meeting agenda?
Donald Smack, motion.
Thank you. A second?
Nate Password, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. We now look to enter into closed session under the general provisions, Article Section 3305B of the Annotated Code of Maryland for the following reasons. To approve closed session minutes from the previous month. Section 3305B1 is to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom it has jurisdiction, or any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals. Section 3305B9 is to conduct collective bargaining negotiations or consider matters that relate to the negotiations. And Section 3305B7 is to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice and to perform administrative functions. First, can I have a motion to enter into closed session?
So moved, Bill Buchanan.
Second.
Second, Todd Ferrante.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. We are now in closed session. Welcome. As we reconvene our Board of Education open session meeting, I want to note that we still have a quorum. Additionally, I want to remind our board members and our audience that this open session is being streamed live with both audio and video, and conversations in the audience may be audible on live stream, so please just be mindful to limit any unnecessary conversing. We did have a closed session meeting, which was held today pursuant to the general provisions 3305B of the Annotated Code of Maryland to discuss personnel matters, approve previous closed session minutes, discuss matters related to negotiations, to consult with legal counsel, and to perform administrative functions. Mr. Vince Talbert will now lead us in invocation for today. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let's bow our heads in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you tonight to thank you for blessing us with another wonderful day. We're thankful for a wonderful school system, for the blessing of the phenomenal students we serve. I also want to thank you for our staff and all their hard work each and every single day. I ask for your continued wisdom and guidance on our Board of Education as we work to make the decisions that will keep our students safe and will allow them to continue to be successful. We're also thankful for all who have come out tonight to participate in this meeting and ask for safe travels home after our meeting tonight. All this we ask in your precious name. Amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Mr. Tolbert. As we move on, can I get a motion to approve the open session board minutes from February 15th, 2022?
So moved, Bill Buchanan.
Thank you. Second?
Second, Donna Smack.
Thank you. And all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Let the record show the vote is unanimous. We can move on to our student representatives' reports. Thank you all for being here tonight. This is certainly a little bit of a change for us. So I'd like to introduce first Raquel for Pocomoke High School.
Good evening, board. Excited to be back. I will begin with the Pocomoke High School's report. Pocomoke Elementary School is excited to get the third session of After School Academy rolling to focus on specific student needs outside of the normal school day. We are also looking forward to our next Title I Family Literacy Night this Wednesday to engage families in some fun with reading. Thank you so much for your continuous support. Pocomoke Middle School is pleased to announce that this week and next week, fourth graders are going to the YMCA for water safety. All the students are very excited. And this evening, Pocomoke High School is hosting a Rising Warrior Night via Zoom for 8th graders. Students will learn about high school and all the opportunities they're offered. Pocomoke High School has been successful representing our high school in many facets, especially in the arts. Pocomoke Band received all superior ratings at the District Band Festival under the direction of band director Mr. William Williams. Raquel Durango and Katora Wallace, choir students, will be performing for the All-State Chorus very soon. There are a few students on the Eastern Shore that have qualified for this honor, and 2 are proud Pocomoke Warriors. Sophomore Treston Melvin successfully competed at the state level for Poetry Out Loud. We are very proud of all of these students. School counselors have been busy wrapping up scheduling for the next year for students in grades 9th through 11th, sorry. They are focusing on post-secondary goals and back mapping to create individualized and rigorous schedules. We focus on at least 3 main pathways: CTE, dual enrollment, or advanced placement. Last week, counselors met with 8th grade students at Pocomoke Middle discussing courses of offerings Year 60, which is our school's 1-hour power block midday, as well as all the extracurricular activities that we offer at the high school. It is our goal that 100% of students are plugged into something positive within our school community. Upcoming activities include Rising Warrior Night, which is tonight at 6 p.m., Our counselor's office and our leadership team will be Zooming with all 8th grade families. On March 23rd, all juniors will be taking the SAT. They have been working diligently in our SAT Saturday boot camp for extra prep time. Juniors will also be taking the ASVAB on March 30th. Finally, students will have the opportunity to listen to Ms. Shamir McKenzie, human trafficking survivor, speak about the dangers of situations that can lead to human trafficking. Her powerful live presentation will occur in our auditorium on March 28th. Families will be receiving specific information regarding this presentation this week. Pocomoke Elementary, Middle, and High School students and staff are grateful for the continued support of the board. And now on to the Tech High Schools report. Last week, 3 more of our cosmetology students earned certification and state license. We are so proud of their accomplishments. Our nursing students will finally be able to return to the practical experience this week at the Berlin Nursing Home. We are so grateful for this community partner. Our joint efforts with Seaside Plumbing in Berlin is off to a good start. Several of our students have met and interviewed with Seaside and will begin a paid apprenticeship with the company. Our FFA team and Skills USA team will both be headed across the bay to state competition on April 1st. We wish them good luck as they compete. And finally, our next virtual parent conference night will be on April 7th. So far this year, our virtual conference night has been well attended. And now on to Lauren Hall.
Thank you, Raquel.
I had written on here good afternoon, but I guess I should say good evening. And thank you, Raquel. I would first like to congratulate our band on receiving a superior rating at the District Band Festival last week, and that's the highest rating that you can get. It was a wonderful experience to participate in this competition again. Secondly, I would like to congratulate Lindsay Burkhead-Morton and Sloan Gould for being selected as finalists in the Eastern Shore Young Authors Contest. The counseling department kicked off the recognition of Women's History Month with the theme, Providing Healing, Promoting Hope. The theme serves as a tribute to the ceaseless work of caregivers and frontline workers during this ongoing pandemic, while also recognizing the thousands of ways that women of all cultures have provided healing and hope throughout history. Each day, a fearless woman is spotlighted for her contribution to our society. As a culminating event for Black History Month, the club, Because I Am My Sister's Keeper, took 22 students to African American History Museum in Washington, D.C. The ladies described the trip as life-changing and a wonderful opportunity. They also dined at a 5-star restaurant in D.C. On March 12th, the MCJROTC participated in the regional drill competition at First State Military Academy in Delaware. Due to inclement weather on this past Saturday, March 12th, the field trip to attend the Black College Expo in Upper Marlboro, Maryland was canceled. On March 16th, the counseling office will be hosting a Rising Senior Workshop. Parents and students are invited to participate in an orientation to the senior year and the college application. Scheduling for the 2022-2023 school year with grades 8 through 11 is underway. Counselors have begun holding individual meetings with students to prepare them for next school year. The ASVAB test was administered to 5 students on Thursday, March 10th. This is the second administration of the test this year. On Thursday, March 17th, UMES will visit to share a presentation to interested juniors and seniors. SAT prep classes have been offered at SHHS for the last 2 Saturdays. 17 students have participated. The final session will be held this Saturday. These sessions are in preparation for the school SAT day, which will be given on March 23rd to all 11th graders. Snow Hill High School continues to have many offerings for students, both in academics and enrichment. Our esports group is growing and have been actively participating in competitions online. We have another round of driver's education beginning on March 28th, and 5 scholarships will be offered. SHHS students will always have academic support available through Academy 100 for all courses. On March 29th, Snow Hill Middle and High Schools will host a Paint Together family engagement night at the Worcester County Recreation Center at 6 p.m. This event is sponsored through the WOW grant. Finally, we would like to invite each of you to attend our spring musical Pippin on April 1st through April 3rd. I'm now going to read Stephen Decatur's report. March has brought more than daffodils for a busy Stephen Decatur High School as instruction, sports, and extracurricular activities are continuing full speed. Looking back on February, Stephen Decatur High School had a lot to celebrate. First, we had 29 Media Expo winners and 9 Young Authors Contest finalists. Our women's basketball team earned both a A-Side South title and a regional title. Our wrestling team earned another state title, and Alex Kulikov became the state champion in the 195-pound weight class. School-wide, we had several events that promoted the physical, mental, and emotional health of our students, all sponsored by a variety of clubs, including SAD, Key Club, and Leo Club. Our Rho Kappa Honor Society members partnered with elementary schools to celebrate African American History Month and read the story of Ruby Bridges to our younger friends. Our staff also rallied around one of our own, Mr. Draheim, and hosted a community night fundraiser to support his daughter as she continues her ongoing battle with brain cancer. Meanwhile, during the month of March, we've had some exciting events, including special visits from a published author in creative writing and Ocean City Mayor Rick Meehan in journalism. To honor Women's History Month, our National English Honor Society has been busy posting motivational quotes from many inspirational female leaders, and our National Honor Society is currently sponsoring a food drive for Diakonia. Members of our Surf Riders participated in Hill Day last Thursday and discussed environmental issues with various lawmakers, and our academic team rocked the regional competition at Warwick Community College last Friday. Last but not least, we'd like to extend a hearty congratulations to junior Rena Dickerson for being named a Carson Scholar. Moving forward, we are busy preparing to administer the SAT to all 376 members of our junior class and a digital pilot of the SAT to over 90 ninth graders and 10th graders. Our National Honor Society is planning its annual induction ceremony on April 6th, and our after-school academy is set to begin at the end of March with new programs added to the course offerings. Finally, our spring sports have started off well, and we are excited to see what our 200-plus athletes will be able to accomplish this season. As always, we'd like to thank our central office leaders and our Board of Education members for your continued support and wish everyone warm spirits as warmer days are ahead. Thank you. I will now turn it back to Ms. McCovis.
Thank you, Lauren, and thank you both. Double duty tonight, and we so appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Okay. I had to change off my microphone. Okay, we are good to go. We are now at the school community participation. I'd like to do some audience recognition here. And first and foremost, I'd like to recognize County Commissioner President Joe Matresic and County Commissioner Chip Bertino. Thank you guys for being here. And Sheriff Matt Crisafulli. He's in the hall. Okay, no problem. Is there anyone here from WCTA? I'll get it. Thank you. Hi, Beth. WCESPA. Worcester County Retired School Personnel. And representatives from various schools. Okay, well, thank you all for being here. We do appreciate it. We now are moving to recognition. We have this month, School Social Work Month, March 2022. Whereas school social workers serve as vital members of the educational team, playing an important role in creating a positive environment in schools. And whereas school social workers are especially skilled in identifying and providing services to students who face serious challenges to school success, including poverty, disability, discrimination, abuse, substance use, mental health, trauma, bullying, loved of a lost one, and other barriers to learning. And whereas social school workers have worked with families and schools through the recent pandemic to ensure students reach their full academic and personal potential, and whereas school districts and local educational agencies should continue to work with school social workers to address students' social, emotional, physical, mental health, and environmental needs so that students can achieve academic success. And whereas social workers are one of the largest groups of mental health care providers in the United States and work daily to help people overcome mental health challenges such as depression and anxiety and substance abuse disorders. Whereas the social work profession for decades has been dedicated to improving human well-being and enhancing the basic needs of all people, especially the most vulnerable among us. Now, therefore, in recognition of the numerous contributions made by social workers, the Worcester County Board of Education extends greetings and best wishes to all observing March 2022 as Social Work Month. And would Ray Record, Supervisor of Special Education, and Anna Simulus, social worker, come up?
While they're coming up, I'll use my, Ms. McComas and I are sharing the microphone, so I'll use my old teacher voice. Without these ladies and their team of folks, I don't know where we would be. As we all know in our society today, throughout this country, and certainly Worcester County is not exempt, we deal with a lot of those issues in helping people of all walks of life. Their leadership and many others who work in our school system, as well as our local health department who teams with us, as well as our county commissioners who provide resources for us to be able to make things happen with our young people and our adults daily in our school systems. I don't know where we would be in our world today. So as superintendent of schools, I see that each and every day that takes place. And I'm honored to work in Worcester County because of all of these ladies and others and the resources that were granted through different funding agencies, but in particular our county commissioners. It's a team effort, it's a cooperative effort. This is certainly, we honor this week as school social work month, the entire month, I'm sorry. We ought to do it 12 months out here because they are at it 12 months out here. So ladies, thank you for what you do. It's certainly recognize and we do appreciate your hard work. And please pass that on to your teams of folks that do that.
Perfect. On three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much.
Thank you both so much. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. We've now come to the individual comments section. Individuals can address the Worcester County Board of Education for 2 minutes. Do we have a timer? I love you, thank you. Regarding information, commendations, or concerns which may need future board attention, concerns that are specific to an individual will not be discussed in open session and should be directed to appropriate district personnel. Presentations to the board requiring more time need to be scheduled earlier the week before. When you are called to address the board, we're just asking you to state your name, address, schools your children may attend, etc. I would like to, however, add to this, and that is I've endeavored to live my life with civility and grace and strive to run our meetings the same way. And we welcome you all. We welcome you. We're glad you're here. We welcome your comments. I just sincerely hope we can all act with the same civility and grace tonight. Thank you. Okay, Everett Ivansky.
I will also add, if you can, please speak into the microphone so everyone can hear it and it can be picked up on the live stream. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Everett Ivansky. I live in Stockton, Maryland. I have 2 children at BIS. Great work, fellas. Okay. Good evening, board members. Mr. Taylor, our leadership team. My name is Everett Ivansky. My message is short and straightforward. Thank you. Thank you for keeping children safe. Families entrust you with the most important, most precious part of our lives. That responsibility is nothing shy of sacred. You did whatever it took to keep children safe. It was hard, there were challenges, but nothing, absolutely nothing, is more important than protecting children. Thank you for being good role models. Running a school district is no simple task. From the outside, it is easy to throw stones. Political theater can get short-term attention, but our students deserve long-term leadership. Thank you for having the intellect and courage to make tough decisions. We went through some hard times, but the worst, that's behind us, and we are safer and stronger, more resolute than before. As we move forward, we need competent, high-quality board members who have the ability to implement an effective strategic plan. We need board members who can help maximize the financial opportunities presented in the Maryland Blueprint. And to do this, we need board members who know how to work successfully with local and state-level policymakers. I, for one, have every confidence that our current slate of board members are fully capable to do just that. If we work together and stay focused on the things that really matter, our futures will be bright. That is the Worcester way. So, in closing, I say thank you. Thank you for all the work you have done for our county, our families, and our children. And thank you for having the vision to lead us to where we need to go from here.
Thank you, sir. Amy Gooding? I think I'm just gonna.
Good evening. My name is Amy Hagenrader Gooding. No problem. I currently live in Pocomoke. I have two children who are at the middle school and high school respectively, and I have a son who graduated in 2014, hard to believe. I come to you tonight as a parent, first and foremost, and also as an educator. I am a professor of English and criticism at the University of Maryland Eastern Shore. And I'd like to address the board tonight about the current conflict that has received some media attention about pulling books from the library, and I would like to speak on that. First, as a parent, I want to reiterate the importance of education that amplifies and expands, not restricts. I want my children to have the access to a plethora of ideas and to learn within the safety of discourse framed within an educational setting. Moreover, a library book is a choice. A choice a student makes, often founded in inquiry or curiosity. Please do not limit the choices of our children in 2022. As an educator for over 20 years, I've seen the importance of representation in the stories and histories given to students and the danger when a person's lived experiences are ignored. Let's not forget that this current book that is in question is a memoir. You cannot negate someone's lived experiences. Lastly, learning does not take place in isolation. Taking select passages from a work and claiming to understand the depth of the author's experience is simply ignorance in understanding the context of the work and the broader message within. While as a parent and an educator, I understand there is great fear about uncomfortable topics. It is hard to navigate this world. But I would say that this is the place where the greatest learning takes place. Trust your children. You have raised them.
Thank you, Ms. Gooding. Joan Roach?
Good evening. I'm Joan Roach, a resident of Worcester County. I live in Ocean City. I've been an education advocate for over 3 decades. I've been active in supporting 4 funding commissions during that time, the Blueprint for Maryland's Future being the most recent. To support the legislation and now the implementation of the Blueprint, we have formed a team of parents, teachers, and community members called Strong Schools Worcester County. As you prepare to embark on this exciting initiative, I hope there will be community involvement and regular information shared with the public. To accomplish this, I would like to see a section on the system's website and a regular agenda item on the school board's monthly meeting that specifically highlights the blueprint implementation. I did see you have that on tonight's agenda. In addition, I hope parents and community members will be included on any teams or work groups formed by the school system to plan for blueprint implementation. As the blueprint is executed, we will be excited to see the development of a career ladder for both teachers and administrators that will be accompanied by increases in teachers' salaries. This will demonstrate the respect for the profession that it so richly deserves. In addition, as the system strengthens and expands its support systems for students who need additional help, the excellence of our schools will certainly increase. With the expansion and development of career college pathways, the system can ensure that all students will be on the road to success in adulthood. Finally, I hope that the Worcester County school system continues to provide an exciting and inclusive education for all students. Schools should be a place where children are exposed to many ideas, even ones that may not be totally comfortable for them or their parents. That is how they learn and grow and eventually become great citizens of our country. Thank you.
Gail Jankowski.
Hi, I'm Gail Jankowski, and I'm a resident of Berlin. I want to thank all of our school board members, Mr. Taylor, and all these educators that are present tonight. I know that the #1 priority that you all have is the education of our students. You have my support, and I'm very impressed by all the many ways that Worcester County Public Schools makes information and communications about what students are learning so accessible to parents. Parents know what's being taught because curriculum is posted on the Worcester County Public Schools website. I found curriculum there for at least 7 different subject areas, and following the links within those 7 subject areas, that led me to multiple links to detailed documents on what is covered in grades K through 12. This includes links for the national standards for subjects like math and social studies, as well as Maryland state standards and the Maryland College and Career Ready standards. And on the Maryland Public Schools website, I even found directions as to how to understand those standards. Parents can see their students' classwork and grades at any time through the app Schoology. Parents of elementary through middle school students also have an excellent way of receiving communications from teachers through Class Dojo. Through Class Dojo, parents receive information about upcoming school events, reminders, posts about class and school activities, as well as direct messaging from teachers and other school personnel. Middle and high school students get a syllabus for each class so both they and their parents know what will be covered and when. Parents can have the most current information on what their children are learning and what they might talk about at home. Of course, parents can also easily call or email teachers because emails are listed on the school websites. Thank you.
Thanks. All right. Irene Daly, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, Deborah Fisher Reynolds. My bad.
I carpooled with Irene.
Sorry.
Hi, my name is Deborah Fisher Reynolds. I'm from Berlin. I don't have any students in the school, but I am a retired teacher. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Every time I hear Superintendent Lou Taylor speak, and I've heard him many times, he always says, we want what is best for all our students. We want success for everyone, pre-K to high school, to college prep, to the teaching staff. All the educational staff, all the teachers want that too. We all want what is best for our students. Thank you to all the educational staff who work hard to make every learning experience success. I love books. You love books. We all have careers in education because we love books. I am very, very concerned when community members talk of banning books. I am very, very concerned when community members talk of banning books and limiting the exposure to facts about the true history when planning and teaching curriculum in our schools. A key word in educational planning is best practices. Increasing exposure to a variety of literature enhances learning success. Parents may control what their own children read, but they don't have the right to restrict what books are available to other people. The National Coalition of Censorship tells us that even books or materials that some may find objectionable may have educational value, and the decisions about what to use in classrooms should be based on professional judgments, standards, and not individual preferences or influenced by political rhetoric. In the 1982 Supreme Court ruling, the Board of Education versus Pico, Justice William Brennan wrote that taking books off library shelves violates students' First Amendment rights, adding that local school boards may not remove books from school libraries simply because they dislike the ideas contained in those books. Many frequently challenged books help people get a better idea of the world and their place in it. Robbie H. Harris stated, "I think books that look at the topics, the concerns, the worry, the fascination that kids have today help them live in the world in which we are living." 46 of the Radcliffe Published Group's top 100 novels of the 20th century are frequently challenged. Banning these books would deprive children of essential cultural and historical knowledge, as well as differing points of view. Books are the portal to different life experience, and reading encourages empathy and social emotional development.
Gail, it's 2 minutes.
Deborah, okay, close.
Sorry.
Just let me finish up. Books open our minds, books help us think, create, and explore, books help us soar. We want to thank the Worcester County teachers and staff for doing a wonderful job filling our students' lives with books. Keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Irene Daly, now, I'm sorry. Irene?
You're not speaking, okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry. Doug Andrews.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Doug Andrews. I live on Kaponka Road in Berlin, Maryland. And I have a son that's a sophomore at Snow Hill High School, and I have two daughters that have also graduated from Snow Hill High School. Tonight, I just wanted to basically just say thank you to our superintendent, to the board, and the staff members of Worcester County Public Schools. You guys have done a great job in a very difficult time. I've worked with some of you through SIAC, going back probably close to 20 years. You have always put the interests of our children first, and I just want to say I feel that some of the attacks that this board have received are unwarranted and without merit. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Cass Dasher.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Cass Dasher. I live in Salisbury, but I work in Worcester County here in Snow Hill. I've been working in libraries for over 8 years now. I'm also on the board of Salisbury PFLAG. So I also wanted to address the conversation around books in school libraries and concerns that have been raised about them. And I wanted to speak to this particular book that has been brought up, which is titled All Boys Aren't Blue. And I just wanted to point out that this book has been widely praised by literary critics, by librarians, and by readers. It has received positive reviews from Kirkus, the School Library Journal, Booklist, Publishers Weekly, the New York Times, and Huffington Post. The New York Public Library and the Chicago Public Library have included it in their lists of the top books of 2020 for young adults. It has been recognized by the American Library Association Rainbow Book List, which recognizes quality LGBTQ literature. And it's also been voted by readers as some of the top books for teens of that year. And I wanted to point out that if we were to remove every book that had something to offend someone from our school libraries, there would be no books left on the shelf. If we were specifically to remove books that had sexual content, we would lose pretty much everything by Judy Blume, John Green, the best-selling author of The Fault in Our Stars, the Twilight series, as well as classics like Beloved, The Catcher in the Rye, The Great Gatsby, Their Eyes Were Watching God, To Kill a Mockingbird, The Grapes of Wrath. I could go on and on. So one has to wonder why this particular title is being targeted. Thank you.
Thank you. Callie Pettit.
Okay. Hi, I'm Callie. I'm coming as a parent. My son's in kindergarten at Showell. And my concern was over some things that have been posted by candidates running for the board. So that's what I'm addressing today. So equity is defined as the quality of being fair and impartial. Maryland State's Department of Education has a policy that states educational equity is a critical focus for Maryland public schools. It is such a high priority that they added the words equity and excellence to the MSDE logo. And yet there are some people who are running for the board with the idea of eliminating equity from schools. This begs quite a few questions. Do we all understand what the word equity means in regards to education? And why are we running on ideals that explicitly contradict the policy of our state education department? To have ideals that ban books on any topic such as slavery and or segregation is absolutely incomprehensible. As American citizens, we do not get to pick and choose which parts of our history we want to recognize. Those parts of history took place, people suffered from them, and they were American citizens. Some of the people that are opposing this say that it's unpatriotic to learn about those topics, but a strong country sees their flaws and reflects on it moving forward. In regards to literature, every child should have books that are windows and mirrors. Children need to have books where the characters remind them of themselves, mirrors, and books about people who are different in some ways. Those are the windows. Research shows that students are more successful when they are given a wide, diverse range of books about all different types of people. Anyone who is running for the Board of Education should be dedicated to being a lifelong learner with a background of education. Some of the Board of Ed candidates who have posted things against equity in schools don't have children in Worcester County Public Schools, so it is a concern to think what their motivation is. These candidates are not running for the board so that they can improve public education, and they're not running on fact or research-based theories and principles. So to all of you who have dedicated your lives to improving society and being advocates for lifelong learners, I hope that we can continue to elect people who are dedicated to being lifelong learners, who are getting degrees, studying education, knowing and understanding what equity looks like in the schools, and advocating for those things that really matter.
Thank you. Melinda Taylor.
Good evening. My name is Melinda Taylor. I live in Ocean Pines. I do have a student in Stephen Decatur High School, and she is the 6th of our kids who will have graduated from Stephen Decatur. Woo. So tonight, I would like to also address the board when you consider reviewing materials and curriculum. So I'd like to do something a little different, which is read from an excerpt from the Congressional Record from January 10th, 1963. I'm going to read a few items off a list and then tell you what that list is. Number 17, get control of the schools, soften the curriculum. 24, eliminate all laws governing obscenity by calling them censorship and a violation of free speech and free press. 25, break down cultural standards of morality by promoting pornography and obscenity in books. magazines, motion pictures, radio, and TV. Number 26, present homosexuality, degeneracy, and promiscuity as normal, natural, and healthy. These items are from a list that was written into our congressional record, as mentioned in 1963, by a concerned speaker who was an opponent of communism. These items are from a list called Communist Goals to Take Over America. So I simply ask that when you review items, curriculum, and although many eloquent speeches have already been made concerning censorship, I ask that you consider this Communist Goals to Take Over America list when you review items. I did move my family from a neighboring county because of the excellence of Worcester County Public Schools and the lower crime rate here. So I ask you to uphold moral standards and excellence for our children moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Raquel?
Hello there again. Good evening to the board and everyone else here. Tonight, I felt that my responsibility as a student board representative and a Pocomoke High School student, that I must speak up. Ever since we were young, we've been taught about how we hold so much power in what we say and what we do, that our actions speak louder than words, and how the things we say can have a lasting effect on others around us. I understand that recently there have been some talks about students having access to different types of literature in schools. Students are given the freedom to choose for themselves and what they want to read. Having different works of literature that represent all walks of life is important to us. It gives us a chance to see a more realistic view than what's been pushed in the past. The basic definition of freedom is essentially to choose for yourself for what you believe in and no one else. Students have this freedom to absorb these wonderful books and feel good about themselves, seeing as how they are represented in something. They also have the freedom of choice not to read them, and that's completely fine. If you're taking that away from them, you're doing a grave disservice. It's not freedom if students do not have their right to choose what they want to read. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Lindsay Greenan.
Good evening. My name is Lindsay Greenan-Tyre. I'm a Worcester County graduate and a Worcester County resident. I live in Ocean Pines. I have one graduate who's at SU on the Dean's List, a middle school student, and a kindergartner at Shao. I'm here today because I was concerned with a lot of misleading information that's coming from candidates seeking your seats. Sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. Focusing on creating graduates who in fact are good citizens with strong character and virtue is a must in today's public schools. Social emotional learning is being presented as fluff and even CRT by two candidates. Unfortunately, understanding the value and the necessity of social emotional learning in culturally responsive classrooms may not be important to those people, the people that are advocating things like anti-racism in our public schools, advocating against inclusion, advocating against equity. But they should be important to you. Our schools, our state ranks 4th in the nation. This county ranks 4th in the state. Percentage-wise, we have an A for our state and a B+ for our county. Our core subjects, we're doing fabulous at. Social emotional learning and culturally responsive teaching should be our priority. Our kids are doing well. They're graduating at high rates. Students learn where they are safe and comfortable. Just as a student must learn to read prior to being able to read to learn, students must learn to manage feelings, recognize social cues, and respect others prior to being able to function in the dynamics of a classroom of diverse peers and eventually function in a diverse world. By continuing to allow and support platforms such as those with that stand against anti-racism, transgenderism, equity, inclusion, and say these items are going to be, and I quote, what cripples our youth. It is a slap in the face to the education and the support of each and every child in Worcester County, because all children in Worcester County deserve the best. Basically, by quietly allowing attacks to continue, we the parents, those parents that actually have kids in Worcester County, are supporting the destruction of each of these children's education and social emotional well-being. The pretend fear of CRT and the fluff of providing social emotional learning experiences are really attacks on respecting and including cultures in today's classroom. Learning about the perseverance of Ruby Bridges and ways in which students can persevere through challenges they too may face daily is not a college-level philosophy course. It is in fact good teaching. It is providing real examples of real people facing real adversity and pushing through.
Thank you. Are we finished?
Sorry. Okay. We must recognize the onslaught misinformation that may lead to taking away books now, but more devastating effects later. Thank you.
Thank you. James Jones.
Good evening to Mr. Taylor and the ensemble of our school's greatest support system. I am James Jones. I'm clergy. I'm a reverend from down in Pocomoke, but I'm also here representing the caucus of African American leaders on Maryland's Eastern Shore tonight. But I'm not going to talk about the other 8 counties. I'm going to talk about Worcester County briefly. And no matter where we journey, we get the same dialogue from people, and that is how extensive and how inclusive our education criteria is here in Worcester County. So I commend you all for a job well done with educating our children. I'm a graduate of Pocomoke High School, BC. And I've had, my children have graduated from there. My grandchildren have graduated from there. I have a great-grandchild that is being educated in Worcester County school system. We are excited about the job you're doing. But what I would like to present to you briefly right here and right now is that we, the Caucus of African American Leaders of Maryland's Eastern Shore, we look at inclusion and diversity. And when we get rumored or we hear about changes that could come about that won't be beneficial to our children, that is, like Ms. Lindsay said, we're talking about inclusion and diversity. The education criteria that we have here right now is good. The support system that we have throughout our county is excellent. And I'm a believer that unless somebody is ill or has to go, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We have a cabinet here, an assembly here today that is on point for what they're doing throughout the entire county. And we would like to see that stay in place as best it can so that we will not have to be concerned with anything that is of inequality that our kids may get that would hamper or damage their ability to get a proper education and a learning. Thank you for your time. I appreciate all of you. Thank you for Mr. Passwaters. He's looking at me trying to figure out who is this guy. He gave me a television for Save the Youth Crime Prevention years ago. God bless you all.
God bless you. Thank you. Dr. Denise Cervantes? Okay. Allison Barton?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Allison Convey Barton. I had 2 children go through Worcester County schools and graduated longer than I care to think about, but one successfully navigated the system. My older daughter struggled with some of the cultural issues that we're dealing with this evening. Over the years, I have lived in Worcester County, 16 years now. I have been president of the PTA, I've been member of the SIAC, I've owned a business that has educated children within the community. I've spoken to a lot of parents and know many of you, and you should know that the education of young children has been the foremost and biggest part of my heart for over 20 years now. And I take what we feed to our children's brains extremely, extremely seriously. One thing we all have in common is the hope our children will succeed and grow to their fullest potential. It is our hope as parents and educators and members of our community that our children will thrive in school, develop new interests, meet new friends, and discover their own autonomy. This is a delicate, delicate process. Any of you who were in middle schools know how delicate it can be. And a goal that can only be accomplished when a student feels safe, supported, and seen in their environment. In the midst of growth, inquiry, and self-discovery, it is essential that maturing individuals are given the resources and tools they need to safely and comfortably explore themselves and their identities. Restricting access to queer education and resources will not rid the Eastern Shore of LGBTQ youth. Instead, removing queer narratives from vital places of learning will promote the idea that these stories and the characters in them are less valuable than their white heteronormative counterparts. It will show young children that queer people are people to be laughed at, ignored, or corrected, instead of building the empathy and understanding we all claim to strive for. Inclusive intersectional education is the cornerstone of a strong community of love and acceptance. Our children must learn all the things they can be in order to discover who they are. They must be aware of the cultures, lives, and individuals around them in order to act with compassion and grace.
It's 2 minutes, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chelsea Chemlick. Did I say it right?
It's Schmelik, but it gets butchered all the time, so that's fine. Hi, this is my first school board meeting, so thank you for having me. I also live in Ocean Pines, and I have a daughter that is excelling at Shao Elementary, and she loves it there. So if you are a part of her curriculum, I thank you for that. I just have one question that I would like to respectfully ask you all about the book that everyone is talking about. Regarding to the last board meeting, why adolescents were asked to leave the room before the audio was played. Okay. And I also, again, would like to ask if that book is allowed in middle schools, if it's just in the high school library, or if it's also at the elementary school.
It's just in our high schools.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Dana Jackson.
I'm going to pass.
Okay. Angela Manos.
Good evening. Thanks for having me. Angela Manos, 9333 Libertytown Road. I have a 12-year-old child at the middle school. I want to start out by reading something, an excerpt that's salacious from a book that I think many of you might be concerned about. She lusted after her lovers, whose genitals were like those of donkeys and whose emission was like that of horses. Ezekiel 23:20. I did not read that to be funny or sacrilegious. That's in the Bible. It's in my Bible too. It's the same Bible that my pastor quotes from as he shares the gospel. My point in sharing this is to demonstrate how misleading and dangerous it can be to take text out of context from a book. You need the proper context. I'm imploring you, on behalf of already marginalized children in our community, gay children and children of color, I'm imploring you not to fall victim to the divisive political tactics of those that are pushing an agenda representing only a few in our community. Make no mistake that these attacks, attempts at censorship of our books are attacks on gender and race. I wonder how many of you know how many children at the middle school have been taken to PRMC for attempted suicide, or how many of them are cutting themselves. I know that just with our daughter, I need more than one hand to count within the last few months of her friends, her gay friends. What message does this send to our gay child and her friends when you threaten to take away books that speak to their experience? This is just one more aggression against them. They are bullied daily in school. They are made to feel less than on a regular basis. We have had a couple of really tough years here in the county, in the country, in the world. Our teachers are exhausted. The children are exhausted. This is a time that we need to bring people together and not tear people apart. We need to look for opportunities to teach our children about civil discourse and about healthy conversations. And we certainly do not want children or youth to feel guilty at all about who they are. We need to talk about more inclusive education and not less. I'm sure you've all heard of the 14-year-old in Wacomico County who died by suicide recently. If you start pulling books from shelves now, these marginalized children, children of color, gay children, who are already feeling less than, how are they not going to feel alone? We are going to face another tragedy here in our community soon, I'm afraid, if this kind of activity continues.
Thank you.
Right now, what we need is understanding and empathy in our community. We're all humans, we're all suffering, and we need to love. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew Manos.
Board members, Mr. Taylor, thank you for having me. My name is Matthew Manos. That was my wife. We live in Berlin. I have a daughter in the middle school, and we have been super close all my life, all her life. I am blessed by the good Lord to have my daughter in my life, and it was heartbreaking when I learned that she had agonized for a year prior to coming out to us as homosexual. Sleepless nights, crying herself to bed. This kid is a stellar student. This kid is in student government. This kid is in the science Olympiads. This is the kid that, she's been making waves her entire career in the school system, and here she is crying because she's gay, and then she is getting bullied on a weekly basis. She's been told to kill herself on 3 separate occasions in your all school system. 3 separate occasions she's been told to kill herself. She's coming home demoralized. She's begging us not to go to school because she doesn't want to have to deal with this. And it's not just her, it's her and all her friends. The same thing is happening to every single one of them. And so I can tell you that with regard to the book situation, pulling a book, how 19th, 20th century is that? We've got 21st century issues here. These kids aren't reading the book and then bullying my child. These kids are sharing Instas or whatever they're called, from an account that says, "Sitting here killing queers." And that's making the rounds through your schools. These kids are pulling up Pornhub, and my daughter's coming home because we have a very open relationship, and she's saying, "Daddy, what's a BJ?" The kids are sitting there sharing this stuff in the schools. So again, pulling the books, come on, this is the 21st century, we have 21st century issues. And I know we can all agree that the #1 responsibility, first and foremost, is to create a safe learning environment for all of these kids. And I can tell you that this has been the most difficult year for us as a family. And again, my daughter is the kid you want in school. My daughter's the one that's reading these books. So I leave you with that. Keep the eye on the ball, because we've got bigger issues than removing a book off the shelves because some people don't agree with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Addis.
My name is Richard Addis. I live in Bishopville, Maryland. I had a speech prepared, but I'm not going to follow through with that, with everything that I've heard. And actually, this gentleman here, what you said was very profound. you had said that if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Our school system is broke. Just 5 days ago, a report came out. 85% of kids in this state are not proficient in math when they graduate. 85%. That doesn't surprise you? 55% of the kids leaving this school district and going to Warwick require remedial training before they can even take college courses. You are supposed to be preparing them for these things. You're supposed to be preparing them for the next step, which is college. And instead, every comment here has not been about the actual academics, the core subjects. It's been about this book. If this book is that much of a controversial issue, remove it. Obviously, it's creating problems and distracting people, distracting our educators, distracting our kids from the core subjects they are here to learn. This is a school. This is not a social justice league. Okay? Kids are here to learn math, science, reading, writing. That's what they are here to do. I have one question. If you were to grab a 13-year-old kid by the hand and lead them into an X-rated movie, what would happen to you? The kid wants to go in. You didn't make them. The kid wants to go in. What would happen to you, sir?
First of all, I'd make the decision to never do that, so I don't know what would happen.
Okay. Then make the decision to not put pornography in kids' hands, because that's what this book is. There are thousands of books out there that teach LGBT information that does not have to be graphic material. We do not have to have pornography in our schools, okay? There are literally thousands. I can show you a Google list. I've looked at a lot of them. Thousands and thousands of books that will teach kids how to cope with their issues. Nobody is here queer bashing, gay bashing, nobody. I have gay friends. I'm the most conservative person you'll ever meet. I love God, Jesus, I farm for a living, I love everybody. Nobody wants to get queers beat up, as the father said. I think that's disgusting. That shouldn't be happening in schools.
It's 2 minutes, Richard.
All I'm asking is find your moral compasses, okay? There's thousands of books that can be placed in place of this book that have graphic material in them. Thank you.
Katie, Addis.
Hi, I'm Katie Addis, Bishopville, Maryland. So it seems like the COVID pandemic has finally passed us. We have been able to get our children back into school safely, and finally we have been able to get our kids off of, or taken their masks off so that they can finally see their faces and see their peers' faces and smiles. So that's a wonderful thing. Now we need to take the step to see when we can get the parents back in the schools. Now more than ever, we need to get back to a pre-COVID normalcy for the parents' sake, for the teacher's sake, and most importantly, for the kids' sake. Parents have the right to observe their kids' classrooms, and I think we can all agree on that. Parents and taxpayers who are here tonight, thank you. Thank you for coming out and supporting your children of Worcester County, because even if you don't have children in the Worcester County Public Schools, you coming out tonight shows your support for the next generation of our children. We need to leave this meeting tonight feeling empowered. Even though we might not agree, we can all honestly say that we care about our children and what is going on in their schools. For all of you who are here tonight who have chosen not to speak, that's okay, because being here tonight has shown the Board of Education how important these night meetings are to hopefully consider them for a normal thing for the future. We really need to make sure that we are taking the steps to understand what is going on in the world around us. So we really need to start paying attention to what bills are being passed in the General Assembly of Maryland. Every leader knows, both good and bad, that if you want to affect the country and the state, you start with our kids. And please just read the original source documents to get the information you need instead of newspaper opinion articles or mainstream media outlets. Do your research on what is being taught and what books your children are reading. What is going on in other countries can easily happen here if we choose not to act now. So thank you again, board members, for finally holding a night meeting. We all really appreciate it. and having this outlet for concerned parents and taxpayers of Worcester County who would otherwise be unable to attend these meetings. And I hope that these meetings can continue again in the future for at nighttime so that most people can attend. Thank you.
Gwen Lehman. Gwen Lehman.
Thank you, I'm hard of hearing. My name is Gwen Lehman. I'm a resident of Ocean Pines. I currently have no children of my own in the local public schools. I am here in support of the library media specialist of the Worcester County Public Schools. As a former teacher, I believe the first responsibility of those who work in any school, public or private, is to help all children feel accepted, welcomed, and valued. To that end, and using clear protocols, our public school librarians choose materials that represent the lives, needs, and interests of all students. Having spent 46 years as a teacher at Stephen Decatur High School, and through my outreach to elementary, intermediate, and middle schools as a part of my theater program, I came to know many of our school librarians and media specialists. I knew them to be devoted professionals dedicated to ensuring that all students in their respective buildings had access to materials that would represent them as individuals and as members of a larger community. That remains the mission of our librarians to this day. Library media centers are the heart of a school. The expertise, judgment, and experience of our media specialists deserves our support, our respect, and our trust. Their job, like that of everyone who works in a public school, is to make certain that no child is left, not behind, but out. For learning occurs best when a child receives acceptance, welcome, and personal validation. Selectively removing materials that have been properly vetted by professional staff undercuts efforts by all those who work in schools to acknowledge, to value, and to represent all children. A library, whether in a school or in a community, offers every reader the opportunity to choose not only to further their knowledge, but to further their understanding of themselves and others, to develop empathy, and to know that whatever our struggles and victories, our triumphs and fears, we're all a part of a shared humanity, all a part of one vast human family. Thank you.
Tom Whelan.
Good evening. My name is Tom Whelan. I did not expect to speak tonight, but I did come because I wanted to support the teachers of Worcester County. My background is I'm a native Eastern Shoreman. I was born in Easton. I live in Bishopville now. I've retired from doing a lot of different things, but one of the things I did was substitute teaching. And I can tell you, as you probably already know, that teaching is not an easy task. And I respect and expect you to respect and support our teachers in this county. I'm totally supportive of what they wish to have material-wise to teach. As someone who is legally blind now, get the kids to read, because there will be a time when they maybe can't read. So reading many different things, including books that we may disagree with, is important. So again, I thank you, and I appreciate your support for our teachers.
Thank you, sir. Karen Abbott. Karen Abbott. I know. Sorry.
Hi, I'm Karen Abbott. I'm here tonight, unfortunately, to once again correct something that's been set out in the community. And that is that we don't have CRT in our schools. So I'm going to read from an article, Center for Renewing America, by Jennifer McWilliams, Social Emotional Learning, the Delivery Mechanism for Critical Race Theory. Every child, this is a quotation, every child in America entering school at the age of 5 is insane because he comes to school with certain allegiances to the founding fathers, towards its parents, toward our elected officials, toward a belief in a supernatural being, and toward the sovereignty of this nation as a separate entity. It's up to you, teachers, to make all these sick children well by creating the international child of the future. This was said by Professor Charles Pierce, the Department of Education Psychiatry at Harvard, speaking in 1973 to a teacher seminar. Parents have a lot to be anxious about when they send their children off to school. Recent controversies over K-12 curricula have transformed parents' uncertainties into concrete dangers. Obscene literature, critical race theory, social justice, and equity propaganda, and countless other manifestations of identity politics saturate our education system. These various phenomena are not coincidental. They have in common a shared delivery system for these concepts, a framework far less famous than CRT, and that is social emotional learning. Though not the only method of delivery for CRT, SEL remains the most prevalent. Innocuous sounding SEL programs are what have allowed a seemingly sudden appearance of CRT in K through 12. Obviously, this has been going on for decades, but this is where we are now. And the Kerwin plan is chock full of this. Schools are generally not teaching children what critical race theory is, but rather exposing children to the praxis, application of theory of CRT with culturally responsive teaching and psychologically manipulating those children to agree to the concepts and ideology advanced by CRT through the SEL system.
Can you wrap up?
I can. I'd like to thank you for having the night meeting. I'd like for that to continue. I, too, am glad that parents have come out tonight. But I feel like I've been attending the wrong different board meetings than what everybody's speaking of. I don't remember anybody being disrespectful. And if they were, I apologize, because that has never been our intent. We just want to be heard, and that's all we ask. I want to leave a copy with you.
Thank you. Stephanie Burke? Stephanie Burke? She had to leave. Charnel Tull? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Charnel Tull. I'm a resident of Pocomoke City. I am also known professionally as Sister Big, and I work in tandem with the Pocomoke High School, and I bring poetry into the school. I wanted to discuss the topic of banned books. In 1998, I was 11 years old, and two of the top banned books at the time were I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings by Maya Angelou and Song of Solomon by Toni Morrison. Without the gumption to write their words, there would not be a now 34-year-old Black woman who has authored 3 books standing in front of you. I read both books during school-age years, and without the banned words of the esteemed poet Maya Angelou, I never had the courage to write my story. If I may also mention The Bluest Eye by Toni Morrison, Pecola Breedlove, the lead character, was a plump, dark-skinned Black girl, very much like myself. If not for those Black women, those Black writers, those Black authors, who would I see myself in? If not for Pecola, who was I supposed to see myself in? Hester Prynne, Anne Frank. With all due respect, I do not identify with those characters. Today's young adults are a lot different from my generation, your generation. They are self-assured, they are socially and politically aware, they are, more importantly, they know who they are without thought. I don't know about you, but it took me a long time to recognize who I am today. The idea that you take away their identities with banning books that feature themselves is absolutely absurd because they've been tucked away for so many years, hidden because they are LGBTQ friendly or ally people. You know, you've been hidden. The idea that you want to ban books is a very real problem. There are very real queer relationships, friendships, and situationships in today's time with people that you may not be sure are in this room, such as you. To ban is to hold back. To hold back is to deny, and to deny is to limit, and to limit with a banned book is ultimately to oppress. Thank you.
Thank you. Jenny Mumford. Jenny Mumford.
Good afternoon. Jenny Mumford, Newark. I'm going to lead off with what Karen was saying. The competencies, relationship skills, and social awareness teach children to become social justice activists and develop their awareness into action for the cause. SEL competency lessons are only a fraction of the whole indoctrination process. Since SEL promotes systematic change, children are influenced by radical dogma and through the use of propaganda, role-playing, and coercive persuasion. SEL permeates every aspect of the education system, from school literature, from the Southern Poverty Law Center and after-school clubs like Gender and Sexual Alliances, and the mental health services through trained school counselors and American School Counseling Association. One of the most alarming parts of SEL is its potential in establishing an American social credit system through data collection. And this data collection is collecting mental data on our children. All right, that's very profound and that's very important. All right, when schools adopt the SEL program, most begin collecting massive amounts of mental health data, and through mental health surveys created, and with this data and interpreted through equity lens, meaning the results are interpreted through a critical race theory viewpoint and usually indicate a need to fix to some assumed systematic oppression within the school system. For example, if a school receives data from a survey showing a 30% of the students that do not feel like they belong, the school may respond by starting gender identity clubs. Statewide longitudinal databases are used to track children and their mastery of SEL competencies, which SEL proponents are beginning to call employability skills. Corporate employers will eventually be the enforcers of this regime propaganda. And I'd like to make a few points. It's not about banning books, because certainly right now I had a banned book curriculum when I was in 8th grade. All these books need to be unbanned, and the transparency, that's the issue here for both sides, is that the school board and the school systems are not transparent with the parents to be able to address these issues. If you don't give us a transparency, you're going to have both sides yelling at you all day. And I was a student that was bullied and cut and was suicidal. Not one school system helped me, except for a couple of teachers. Let that be known. This has been going on for generations, and not one of you are helping our students. Not one of you. Thank you.
John Abbott.
Thank you. I'm proud of our Worcester County schools, teachers, and especially our students. And I wish I could say I'm as proud of this board. Tonight I represent a group of parents, teachers, students, and taxpayers who believe you, the elected board, the gatekeepers, have failed our students. You have allowed divisive and confusing materials and ideologies into our schools. These materials have created an uncomfortable climate. Teachers and students no longer feel safe in our classrooms. Recent articles and presentations deny CRT in our schools and in the Worcester County curriculum outline. While it may not be spelled out as CRT in the outline, our parents, students, teachers, and taxpayers, who are the silent majority, agree that CRT is sprinkled throughout the entire curriculum. It's in the form of book boxes, library books, social emotional learning, equity, and cultural awareness material. A simple search shows that all these CRT buzzwords are in the Worcester County Public Schools webpage. The controversial subject material has placed additional strain and unnecessary parental responsibility on our teachers while taking away valuable time and energy from core subjects like reading, writing, and math. Why do I say they are a silent majority? It's because they are afraid of retaliation. They are scared to speak up. They are scared to show up at a school board meeting. They are scared to like a Facebook post. They are scared to share a Facebook post because they fear retaliation against them or their child. But one thing you can be sure of, while they may be silent, they know exactly what's going on.
Thank you. Kate McCloskey.
Thank you for the night meeting. I'm a parent. My name is Kate. I'm a parent of 3. I've been a taxpayer in this county for 17 years, and I love this county. I care about our teachers. I care about our schools. My heart is heavy. There is material that, and I don't want to call it, it's not about banning. I think there's a big misunderstanding in this room. It's not about banning. It's about keeping material that is age inappropriate, that would cause mental health issues, that would cause such grief and pain on our minor children. Breaks my heart that they can walk into a school library and check out a triple X material book. They can't go to an R-rated movie if they're under 18, but in our school system, there are triple X rated books. It's not about banning, it's about keeping the health, the mental health of our children, keeping it to be a safe environment for them to go into. This one book that I know you're all aware of, that was exposed last meeting, has already been pulled from Recomico, Somerset, and is not in Sussex County, Delaware. But it's still in Worcester County. In fact, I did a form. I want to give everybody the benefit of the doubt, and I said, well, maybe they just don't know that there are parents that are against this destructive material. So I put in a form to Jennifer Sills, and I just got back a response. She says, in response to your request for review of the book All Boys Aren't Blue, a school-based committee at Stephen Decatur High School studied the book in its entirety. The committee unanimously recommended that the book be retained in the high school library. I wanted to cry, throw up, and say, I mean, you're gatekeepers. I hope I don't care more about our schools and our kids than you do. I mean, you've been raised to this position for such a time as this. We want you to do the right thing. There are plenty of parents that I'm standing for that are afraid to come because they're afraid their kids will be bullied by standing up. And I'm standing because there's many that won't come and take the risk to be here. So just please know, do the right thing. You've got a lot of parental support for that.
Thank you. Okay, Christina, by the way, just FYI, we don't comment on every person that's, excuse us. We're not commenting on every person. I will make comments at the end of the whole section because this isn't a back and forth. This is us listening to you, okay? That's why, just so you know. Christina Hulsander? There she is.
Good evening. Thank you. Thank you very much for listening to your community. Thank you for this evening meeting. Obviously, you've been responsive because you're providing this evening meeting, and I think this might be record attendance. I don't know. But perhaps we can explore an evening meeting once a month or something. I do know from having been to daytime meetings that that is a chance for our students to show up and get recognized and acknowledged for what they do. And so I understand the desire to still keep daytime meetings, and I do think that's important because, after all we do is for the kids. I am delighted that guess what? We see American civics in action right here, right now. This is what our republic, our democracy is about, sharing diverse ideas, perceptions, and putting them forward for us to be more informed. I listened from some of the previous meetings and I hear words about patriotism and freedom and liberty. And the good news is we've got those, we're pursuing those right now, and that's fantastic. Our nation is strong with the fact that we can be here in this forum doing this. Interestingly, last meeting, the world was different. 2.5 weeks ago, Ukraine was invaded by Russia. If we had some of the proposed legislation in our Maryland our Maryland laws about what transparency the schools need to show with what your curriculum is 60 days ahead of time and all of that, where do we get the opportunity to talk about Ukraine and Russia? Russia is preventing their citizens from obtaining knowledge and information. We're talking about books that we have the freedom to choose to read or not. And that's a privilege in our country that we have those rights. We've heard from so many people tonight about the importance of a safe learning environment, and I applaud you all for the years that I have had my kids in school, and I apologize, I started off without even telling you who I am. Christina Holslander, I have high school age kids in Snow Hill, and I have watched this board over the years, and I thank you for your responsiveness to our students as your primary focus and to our community as a whole. We know that we need a safe learning environment. Nobody can learn unless they feel safe, and that includes anybody of any gender, any identity, any race. Our Pledge of Allegiance ends with liberty and justice for all. That includes every single one of us. And when we get caught up in rhetoric of phrases and terminology, whether it's social emotional learning or whether it's social justice, guess what? I hope we all are social justice advocates. That is something we need to look out for one another, that we all have equal opportunities in our schools and in our community. I thank you again for receiving all of our comments. I think you're all doing a fabulous job, and I will support you in your endeavors to keep active on the board in the benefit of our students. Thank you.
Stacy Wilkins.
Hi there. I have 5 children ranging from age 4 to 16, and they have all gone through the school system. Some, they're still in the school system. I don't feel that there's anything wrong with diversity. Our country is great because of it. But the book in question, I feel that although it is necessary for some, it could be offensive to others. And it's not the topic that is offensive, it's the language in which is used in the book that I find offensive as a Christian parent. God was taken out of the schools because it was offensive to other people's beliefs. Well, that language is offensive for me as a parent, for my kids to read and to hear. And if you check that book out at the library to one kid, they're going to pass that book around. So this little, parents have to approve it, that's nonsense. The book is going to be passed around. I don't want my children reading things like that. I don't feel that there's anything wrong with the topic, and I feel like we should support our children in whatever their personal walk is, but it should be up to the parent to guide their kids through that, because teachers are not educated in the needs. If they are questioning things, then the parent should be able to talk to them, or they should have to see a counselor. But a school teacher is not qualified to help kids with that. And I think that, you know, we need to be a little bit more sensitive to the things that are said and how they're said. There are plenty of books that were taken off the shelves throughout the years that people found offensive, and that was okay. And I'm just saying, you know, the librarian made a comment last time that it's a leisure read. Well, then maybe they should check it out at their public library or go to a Barnes & Noble or download it on Amazon. But the school library is the school library, and it is funded through the parents that support the school. And, you know, I've had board members come to our church and stand up on our pulpit and give sermons, and at the end of robocalls say, "May God bless." But I'm going to say this. If you're going to say those things in God's name, then you need to be a little bit more selective about what you put in your libraries. Thank you.
Thank you. Darren Lombardo.
Thank you and good evening. I come to you this evening to talk to you about a couple things. I mentioned it to you before in a past meeting, and that is divisive materials in our school in the name of diversity, inclusion, and equity. DIE, that's what that stands for. Diversity, America is diversity on its own. We don't need to do anything other than to provide an education to everybody, no matter who they are or where they come from. Doesn't matter. Inclusion is to embrace everybody in the school system and provide that education. It is not to endorse or promote behaviors, and I think we've lost sight of what inclusion really is. And then we come down to equity, making sure that everyone has the same outcome. But mysteriously, we've removed the term equality, and that is absolute tragic, because we need to make sure under the U.S. Constitution that equality is upheld. And if we don't uphold it, then it all falls apart. And so when we look at equal outcomes, it all falls apart when we say, okay, are we going to put weights on the ankles of our basketball players so they can't outrun or outjump anybody else? It is absolutely ludicrous to do that. And so in the name of equality, I just wanted to encourage you to focus on equality and not equity, because this terminology is divisive and the materials are being used replacing core subject matter with social justice activism, which social justice, by the way, is redefined. It's not the social justice of the Constitution. It's the social justice is defined of making demands with no regard to the law, and we can't have that in our schools. Thank you.
Dawn Romashka.
Good evening. My name is Dawn Romashka. I have a 9-year-old that goes to Shao. And throughout the course of the year, I'm realizing that my 3rd grader, soon to be 4th grader, can't even spell the days of the week. However, she gets A's and B's. That's kind of strange to me. And they're going to pass her to the 4th grade, and she can't even spell. And the only reason I didn't realize it until now is because she only gets sent home a math packet, one little math paper a night, and 30 minutes of reading. And I noticed that in school, when they do any kind of writing, they're told just to do the best they can. Well, that's great and all, but what happened to spelling tests on Friday? Vocabulary words given out on Monday where you have to write the definition, and then on Tuesday, you put them in a sentence, and on Wednesday, you write them 10 times each. And then on Friday, your kid's given a spelling test. I mean, my child is going to the 4th grade. She can't spell. Is anybody else having this problem? Because I'm really upset about it. This is not okay. And I don't know why we're reinventing the wheel. Like, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Spelling tests did okay for me. And now by realizing this, we are doing spelling words at home, and I'm doing my best in between working and being a single mom, but what am I sending her to school for 8 hours a day? She's supposed to be learning that there. And when I brought it up to the teacher, he's wonderful, don't get me wrong, he's a wonderful teacher, but obviously they get a certain curriculum and that's all they teach. And she was put into like a special class, like once a week she goes into this special class, and they only give her, they sit her in front of an iPad. She's not even being taught the fundamentals of like phonics, like what the CH sounds like, or ER, or UR, those differences. So we need to fix this, folks. Our kids need spelling tests. She's almost in the 4th grade. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank you all. One more. Okay.
I'm not really sure how all this goes. Good evening, board members. I appreciate you guys having a meeting at a time that I can attend. That's not sharp or anything. Don't take it that way. I am employed at Wallops Flight Facility down at, work for the Department of Navy. I have 2 sons. They're students at Snow Hill Elementary School, grades 3 and grade 2. I have come to voice my concerns about the quality of their education. The quality of their education stands as we've gone through the 2 years of COVID. They've gone through telelearning. They've gone through not being at school. We went from laptops to tablets, and now we're back in the classroom. Their diagnostic scores that were just sent home are in the tank, but yet they have A's and B's on their report card. They've literally failed every section of the diagnostic, read in every area. They can't read, they can't write, they can't spell, they can't do anything. Okay? They're not afforded additional assistance in the school. You know, these are my babies, and I understand that they have their issues with, as far as their attention span, okay? And I don't want to put a label on it, but it's been labeled as, you know, attention deficit disorder and things of that nature. And I understand that educating my children may not be the most easy thing to do, perhaps. But at the end of the day, I remember a time when I was in school, and, you know, I'm 33, so it wasn't terribly long ago in our eyes. But they were afforded, kids that were struggling were afforded extra help, right? My kids don't get that extra help. And I apologize for going over time, but at the end of the day, I feel like that every student should be able to be afforded that additional help that they require. There's no reason that my kid should be bringing home A's and B's on their report card and failing diagnostics. 100% fails, okay?
Understood. Could we ask something? Could you say your name?
Charles Porch.
Charles.
Charles Porch, like the thing on your house?
Thank you. I appreciate that, because we.
No, I understand. I'm just.
And I'm sorry. I get where you're coming from.
They're guaranteed the right to a fair education. And I understand that COVID has set everybody behind. And I'm not blaming the staff. I know that you guys are hiring educational assistants. I know that you guys are going through everything that you can go through to be able to rectify lost time. And I appreciate your efforts, but at the same time, it's something that needs to be addressed. As far as mask, no mask, and CRT and everything, you guys have been drilled tonight. You know, it is what it is, and I'm not going to go and spiel to everybody about how we feel.
Well, thank you.
So,
I do appreciate
no, but we care about you guys just as much as you care about your students. So, at the end of the day, I just want my kids to be afforded the help that they deserve.
Amen. Thank you.
Y'all have a good evening.
Thank you all. This has been an informative evening for us. First and foremost, I know because of last meeting, the book issue has come up. We as a board, whatever our personal opinions are, for years we have had a process in place for books in our system, that if a parent finds a book of concern, that it goes immediately into a review process. It is not, we do not arbitrarily decide as a board that book burning has never been my favorite thing, I guess, whether I agree or disagree. So I needed to let you all know that first. The review process is out there, and obviously any parent can take advantage of it, and obviously we'll encourage you to do that. As far as deficits in learning, it has been a very difficult 2 years. We are so thrilled to finally have our little ones out of masks. We cannot get our volunteers back into the schools yet, however. So much of what we do and how we help kids is through our volunteer staff. And so we are looking forward to that. Soon, very soon. So totally understand concerns with where your children are. I get that too. Anybody else?
Hey, Madam President, I have one question. Mrs. Sills in the audience, our media coordinator. Mrs. Sills, one of our speakers tonight, Ms. McCloskey, said that the book had been banned in the 2 other counties. I just wanted to ask you if that was true. If you know anything about that, or if that was true.
I recognize that there was a meeting, I believe, last week of Wacomico County, and there was some question about whether the book was banned from their libraries. I did reach out and speak to 3 librarians in their district who are at the high schools in Wacomico County. The book has not been removed from the school libraries or banned. It is under review at the school level, but it has not been formally, there has been no formal request for review put in. It's being reviewed by the school librarians. They're going back and making sure they did their due diligence going through their process. As far as Somerset County, I cannot speak as to whether or not it's been banned. I can definitely do some research and reach out there, but I can't give you an answer. But I did talk to the school librarians in Wacomico County earlier this week.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
No problem.
Okay. Well, thank you all again. Superintendent, I believe it's yours.
As Superintendent, I too thank you all for being here this evening and sharing your concerns. And certainly we will be discussing a lot of things that were brought forward to us tonight, as we do each and every board meeting, and also when we receive phone calls from my executive staff. So thank you again for your attendance this evening. And thank you for Mrs. McComas for allowing me a few minutes to give my report. While later this month, we will be celebrating the incredible teachers who have been named their school's Teachers of the Year. This past weekend, we had this distinct pleasure of meeting several members of the next generation of teachers and educators. This past Saturday, we hosted here in Worcester County our annual teacher recruitment fair, which was held at Stephen Decatur High School. At that time, prospective new teachers as well as teachers from across the region who are interested in coming to Worcester had an opportunity to meet and speak with our local school leaders and our instructional coordinators. This event is always a lot of fun and exciting for me as a superintendent, as I get to see and speak with and get to know a little bit about these educators who would like to join our team here in Worcester County. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Dwayne App, who's in charge of putting this on, and his team for once again putting together an outstanding event for us here in Worcester. I'm certain that we will meet quite a few new shining stars on that Saturday we did meet, that I hope we will see some of them in our classrooms this coming fall. And now, while tonight's meeting isn't flush with the student recognitions that we know and love, I want to assure our board that the students across this county are being recognized really left and right. Whether I am awarding a challenge coin to deserving students like yesterday's presentation at Snow Hill Middle School to Romello and Selvin, or learning about our student artists being recognized through community exhibitions or contests, to students being honored for their writing in ESLA's Young Authors Contest, and so much more that are happening. It's an honor for me, and it's a bucket filler for me to go and honor students and to honor our staff and staff members as well. We have outstanding, and I'm passionate about it, educators doing work for the betterment of our kids each and every day here in Worcester County. And certainly, this is all script. One lady who I have a great deal of respect for that spoke, I happen to be fortunate enough to be the principal of Stephen Decatur High School, one of the most outstanding educators for 46 years, and Gwen Lehman back there just did a tremendous job. And Gwen, thank you. So with that, I look forward to having some of our students back in front of us in the coming months, but just know that recognition is abound for both our students and, yes, for all of our staff. And so with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mrs. McComas.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Curriculum and instruction reports are now up, and I'm going to introduce Ms. Dee Shorts.
Thank you, Ms. McComas. So happy to bring two wonderful instruction and curriculum reports tonight. Our first presentation is from Pocomoke Elementary School, and as we've discussed before, the pandemic has given us many challenges throughout these past 2 years, and Pocomoke is just one example of what an outstanding job they've done in engaging parents through very difficult times. So I'd like to welcome Josh Yamborski, who's the principal of Pocomoke Elementary School, and Ms. Lavanya DeShield, who is the CRT, the curriculum resource teacher at the school. So welcome to both of you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Joshua Hamborski. I'm the principal at Pocomoke Elementary School. I just want to thank Mr. Taylor, the executive team, and the board members for having us this evening. It was with great honor and pleasure that I introduced our presenter. She is at the handiwork of all of this parent engagement, along with Title I and tons of other work, Dr. Lavanya DeShield.
Good evening, Worcester County School Board, Mr. Taylor, and everyone in your respective places. I am going to very quickly talk about parent and family engagement and how we adapted during the pandemic. So Pocomoke Elementary School is a great place to be. We are a Title I school. We have about 70% of our students that receive free and reduced meals. So with our Title I funds, we have parent and family engagement events. So at the beginning of the pandemic, we were presented with the challenge of transitioning from face-to-face events to virtual, while still working effectively with our families. So we needed to identify and eliminate as many barriers as possible. So One of the barriers that was eliminated, with a big thank you to you, is the iPads. So with the iPads, we were able to give parents, any family, the opportunity to participate with their iPads. They were able to log into our events without any problems. Another barrier, once they had their iPads, was the internet connectivity. So thank you again for the hotspots, which allowed them to use their iPads to log into the events. At the beginning of the 2020 school year, parents were able to have their Chromebooks and their iPads, and we did our parent and family events virtually. So with the responsible return plan, our most neediest students returned to our buildings first, and we noticed that the families that were in the building were the ones who responded to the parent and family engagement events. So the students that really needed the support received it in our events in the evenings. However, with that, transportation was an issue. Parents weren't able to come and pick up the materials from school if they didn't have reliable transportation, or the pickup time was outside of their work schedules. So as more students returned, they were able to take their materials home with them on the bus and their iPads, and families were able to log into the events in the evening. With Class Dojo, our school-wide social media platform, we are able to communicate with our families. Parents like that their feedback and messages are immediate, and they can respond and get responses back from us. And also a great feature of Class Dojo is that parents can translate the messages into the languages that are comfortable for them. So through our parent feedback and evaluations, we found out that although parents did like being able to log into the events at their own convenience, they really did miss live interaction. So this year, we strive to have all of our events live on Zoom. Parents and families could interact with the teacher and each other. And so that's really been going very well. So as conditions continue to improve, our priorities remain the same. However, we want to transition from our virtual events and get families back to the school, so getting everyone back face to face. We want to continue to effectively work with families and to identify and eliminate as many barriers as possible. And Pocomoke Elementary School thanks you for all of your support.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Pocomoke Elementary. We appreciate it so very much. Good job. Our second curriculum and instruction report is from Berlin Intermediate School, and we have Ryan Powder, principal of the school, and Christy Clark, who are going to share a new way of supporting positive behaviors in your school. BIS kicked this off about a year ago, and it's going very strong, and they're very proud of the program. So welcome, Mr. Powder, and welcome.
Thank you so much, Mr. Taylor, executive team, board. Thank you again for having Berlin Intermediate School tonight. I'm very pleased tonight to introduce one of my assistant principals, Christy Clark, who's going to share with you about our house challenge that has been going on this past year. During the past 2 years, when we were in COVID, we really tried to get the house challenge moving. It was very difficult to do because when you're not in person, it's very difficult to make that spirit happen in the school. And we wanted our students to be able to really be engrossed and have that fun and enjoyment. And it's part of our positive incentive program at BIS. So Mrs. Clark's going to share with you. It was one thing I handed her when she stepped into Berlin Intermediate School last summer, and she has done an outstanding job with the leadership behind it. Until tonight.
That's right. That's what I'm going to do. Thank you. I'm Christy Clark. I am the assistant principal at Berlin Intermediate School. Thank you for having me tonight. I'm so excited to talk to the board and the admin team about our house challenge. As Mr. Cowder said, he handed this baby over to me probably my 3rd week there, and he literally said, "This is yours, now run with it." And I was like, great. And it has been a wonderful experience. The house challenge is something that we take great pride in. And the purpose of the house challenge is all right there. That's BIS. So why the house challenge? It's because of those kids. That's why we do it. So its main purpose is to build positive relationships between students and staff. And when I say students and staff, I mean every single staff member. And I think that's the most wonderful thing, because we have our custodial staff involved, we have our cafeteria staff, our EAs, we even have our secretarial staff, our office. Everybody that works in our building is a part of this movement. And it's about making connections and building relationships so that all kids feel included. So that's why we do this. We also want to build positive peer pressure. We love to see kid leaders rise. Right? Amongst us, we have kids that are stepping up and becoming mentors, because a part of this is our 5th and 6th graders are divided into houses together. So we are now seeing relationships form from 6th grade to 5th grade, which is it's wonderful. So how it works, and this is the kid part that's super fun. So we have divided a system and broken down into categories, about students can earn points for themselves, so for effort, school spirit, good character, academic excellence. We actually have a new category which we call the admin spotlight. If Mr. Cowder, myself, or Dr. Gell, if we see a kid going above and beyond, we can give them extra points. So the kids earn points, and that is actually kept on an app. It's through the Ron Clark Academy, and this is how the kids see it. So as the kids accumulate points, they also accumulate points for their house. So here are our 6 houses. We have Awutala, Innovador, Luyola, which I can never say. We've got Haruma, Tanache, and Boken. So all of our staff, all of our students are divided into one of these 6 houses. So as the kids earn points, you can see that they earn points for their house too. And this is really cool because this is live. We have these on TVs in our hallway and in our cafeteria. And if you're ever in our cafeteria, when a different house gets in first place, it sounds like absolute mayhem. They go berserk, but they absolutely love it. So this change is live and kids get really excited. However, because of the pandemic, we had to think outside of the box. And part of that was we could not collectively get 120 kids together in one space. So we had to take those kids and divide them into dens. So we have den meetings, and this is where the work really occurs. In each of our den meetings, we do team building activities. We focus on service. We focus on how we can make our school a better place. And we do that through like restorative circles. So we talk about difficult issues. We talk about what it feels like when someone bullies you. And we really want our kids to see each other, and we want them to see each other through someone else's eyes. And we think that that's really important. So we have a lot more we'd like to do. We want to open the point system up so parents can see, and we would love this to be a part of our PBIS in the future, which we're really excited about. Our vision, we're 6 houses, but all together we're one family, and that's what we want every kid and every staff member to feel like. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Berlin Intermediate School.
Mrs. Clark, I just want to say thank you to Mrs. Clark for all of her hard work with making the house system work so effectively this year. And also my other assistant principal here who does a fantastic job each and every day is Dr. Gell. Dr. Gell, thank you for all your hard work each day as well. Just one final comment. One of my favorite parts of every month is when I get to dive into a den meeting with my Haruma House kids, 5th and 6th grade, and be part of the den with them, not as the principal, but part of the circle. And that is just a truly amazing experience. So thank you again for your support, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. What amazing programs. Thank you.
Good evening. As you may remember, a few months ago, Dr. Andes had asked for, had sort of called for us to look over our final exam policy, and I think the rest of the board was in agreement around that. So I have taken some time in the last couple months to formulate a final exam committee. That committee met. The committee was comprised of any high school principal or coordinator who wanted to be a part of that process. So we had quite a big Zoom meeting together to discuss the final exam policy. And I should also say that in addition to Dr. Andes, Mr. Taylor had also agreed with that recommendation. The committee overwhelmingly agreed that we should return to final exams counting as 10%, not 20% of the final grade. And so before you this evening is a policy revision for policy 2B10, final examinations, and the superintendent would seek approval for final exam grades to count as 10% of the final course grade.
Can I have a motion? Is there any comments, questions?
I wanted to thank Dr. Wallace and her entire team for your work on this behalf. As a lousy test taker, and I am a horrible test taker, I deeply appreciate the change that's being made. So I'd like to move the adoption of policy 2B10, final examinations as modified.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes.
I'll send that memo tomorrow. Thank you.
And this concludes the curriculum and instruction portion of our meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Shorts. We move on to personnel exhibit. Dr. App.
Good evening, board. I have for you March's personnel exhibit for your consideration. For this month resignations, we have Deanna Bailey, custodian 2, Buckingham Elementary School, Melanie Bruner, teacher, Shall Elementary School, Aubrey Ekman, educational assistant, Ocean City Elementary School, Christy Fogel, teacher, Ocean City Elementary School, Michael Grogan, educational assistant, Berlin Intermediate School, and Sage Lemaster, school nurse, Berlin Intermediate School. Leave of absence, Ashley Groves, teacher, Ocean City Elementary School, and new hires for your consideration, Kimberly Jones, school nurse, Shall Elementary School and Cedar Chapel Special School. That's a split. Sarah Smith, school nurse, Berlin Intermediate School, Michael Urich, instructional tech coach, Ocean City Elementary School, and Diane Zamora, educational assistant, Berlin Intermediate School. On behalf of the superintendent, I ask the board to approve the personnel exhibit as presented.
Thank you. Can we have a motion and a second to approve the personnel exhibit as presented?
Motion, Donna Smite. Second, Nate Passwords.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes. Thank you, Dr. Rapp.
Thank you. And then I have the next item agenda as well. I wanted to give the board a little update on the blueprint for Maryland's future. In 2020, the Blueprint for Maryland's Future Act was put into place. The intent of this legislation was to improve and enhance quality for public education in Maryland. In 2021, revisions to that law came down to account for the timing of the enactment of the bill. Following delays in rolling out the state's sweeping educational reform plans, lawmakers are again considering legislation that would push back key dates to give state and local officials more time to create these critical plans. The 7-member Accountability and Implementation Board, also known as the AIB, appointed to implement and enforce the blueprint, convened for the first time in November, which was about 4 to 5 months later than expected. The board is operating with just 1 staff member at current. Without full staff and funding, the AIB has struggled to meet its deadlines as outlined in the statute. Last month, the AIB proposed a new timeline that accounts for its late start and gives the board, the Maryland State Department of Education, and the local school systems time this summer to develop implementation plans. House Bill 1450, heard in the House Appropriations Committee on March 8th, reflected the proposed timeline adjustments. Local school systems and government agencies would have until March the 15th, 2023, instead of June 2022, to get the implementation plans submitted. As of last Thursday, the AIB is recommending to push back the college and career readiness support pathways from 2023 to 2024. Things in the blueprint that are still on track with original established timelines are National Board Certified Teachers, primarily responsible for teaching kids in the classroom, receiving $10,000 added to their salaries starting July 1st, 2022. Educator Career Ladder starting July 1st, 2024. That will be negotiated in next year's negotiations, and a $60,000 starting teacher salary to go into effect by July 1st, 2026. There are still many unanswered questions regarding portions of this legislation which are being discussed daily. And that concludes the blueprint update and the administrative operations portion. And back to you, Ms. McComas.
Thank you, sir. Fiscal operations, Stephen Decatur Middle School, Mr. Vince Talbert. Thank you.
Good evening, Board. Tonight you have in front of you the requisition request number 4 for Stephen Decatur Middle School addition update for $494,251.31. The superintendent recommends approval of that requisition as presented. Just so you know, if you've been by the addition project lately, black walls are going up. It's very exciting. It's hard to believe that in just 9 short months that students and staff will be occupying that new addition.
Nice.
So the superintendent recommends approval of the requisition as presented.
Can I have a motion and a second to approve the Stephen Decatur Middle School addition construction requisition number 4 as presented?
So moved, Bill Buchanan.
I'll second it, Nate Passwords. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes. Thank you.
Thank you. The last item I have tonight, Ms. McComas, is the monthly financial report for the month of February with non-salary expenditures totaling $2,874,289.52. The superintendent recommends approval of the financial report as presented.
Donald Smack.
Second, Todd Ferrante.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion to approve monthly financial report is approved.
Thank you. That concludes fiscal operations. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, as far as the next regular Worcester County Board of Education meeting will be held Tuesday, April 19th, 2022 in the board meeting room at Worcester County Board of Education Central Office, located next door at 6270 Worcester Highway, Newark, Maryland. Open session will begin at 10 a.m. To immediately consider voting to convene in closed session under General Provisions Article 3305B of the Annotated Code of Maryland. The board will reconvene in open session at 12:30. Board meeting information will be posted on the website located under board meeting board docs. Mr. Taylor, you have any more announcements?
Yes, just a couple announcements before we close. Just want to remind everybody in the board to please tune in to our 2022 Teacher of the Year celebration, which will be streamed live from our event on Friday, March the 25th, beginning at 6 p.m. You can view it also from our website, www.worcesterk12.org, or on any of our social media platforms that evening. Also, I'd like to remind everyone that on April 1st, school is closed for Professional Day. It's the end of the third marking period, and that our schools will go on spring/Easter break April the 14th through the 18th. So again, those are my announcements for this evening, Ms. McComas.
Thank you, sir. Without any further ado, if there's no other comments, can I have a motion and a second to adjourn the open session?
Donald Smack, make a move to adjourn.
Thank you. Second?
Todd Ferrante, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?